Welcome everybody to our weekly simul stream here on lichess and Twitch. I'm just checking our weather forecast for the stream. And it looks alright. No rain. There are possible thunderstorms. No. Alright, we're good to go. I just got it started here a minute or two early. Yeah, it's always good to know if we're going to have a thunderstorm in the middle of the stream, since I live in the penthouse. Mad Ramus with the ambulance. I'm getting a lot of ambulances here. What's up, Summon on Sound? Let's see if my simul will open. Acerbate, welcome. Open simul, open sesame. Boom, it's in. Alright. I'm going to send this to Blobix. Copy. He said, Blobix sent me a message. Blobix sent me a message that he can play, but he can't log into Twitch. So I'm going to send him the link here for my simul. Here, another ambulance. Or it's just going around in circles. Alright, here's the simul open now. Sparkle Horse Twitch simul. Weekly Classical Simul for National Master William Pascal. I'll just wait till the ambulance goes by. You mind? Yeah, alright, thank you. Weekly Classical Simul for I am William Pascal / on Twitch. Simul for 25 players. Twitch subs have first chance to play. Check out the stream live. There's the link. You are on Twitch if you're watching me. Subscribe on YouTube for free to watch the replays. Please support freedom and peace for Ukraine. That obviously is in no way connected, my request for that, to this simul, but I want to get it in there anyway. So simul rules. On to the dreaded simul rules. No playing the London system. Damn it. I mean it. Please take your time and don't play bullet chess. I will resign if people play instant moves without thinking. This is a long classical simul. Do not join if you cannot stay up to 3 hours. That's probably our biggest issue. Usually there's 2 or 3 players who just drop out after the game start for just a few moves. Please don't do that. You take a chance for someone else to play. Please donate if you can on Streamlabs or PayPal. I've included the links to donate, or just mail me a check. Request my address. Here we are. Blobix is I'm back for Ukraine. He's back for Ukraine. Where's someone on sound? He's normally the moderator. He's our chat moderator. Blobix is back for Ukraine. I don't know if that means he's back from Ukraine or he's just here for the sake of Ukraine. Good to know. Capablanca chance to be rated, no. Alright. Someone on sound is around. This dude is... He better not keep repeatedly challenge me to one-day classical. One-day correspondence. Don't do that. Zen Chess, hello. Just saying hi before I disappear. Greetings, colleagues. Delver. Blobix is French. Yeah, you don't know that, Mad Ramus? He used to come to my stream all the time. He's a master of problem. What are they? Master of composition. MC, master of ceremonies. Alright. Acerbate. Whoa, we got lots of requests here. So, Acerbate, subscriber, Amiiboid, usually a subscriber, Blobix, an old friend. Who else? Who else are subscribers? Goiju, are you a subscriber? Ginger, I like to call him Ginger Ice, even though he's Ginger Else. Ginger Ice sounds better, like ice baby. Ginger Ice, Karch Andre, not sure if that's a subscriber. Mr. Slowhand is definitely a subscriber. Notch Papa is definitely a subscriber. Boom. Save a Dog, definitely a subscriber. Slendrina got a gift sub last time. Someone on Sound, definitely a subscriber. The Sybil Dorset is another account. Alright, Morales is definitely a subscriber. Don't forget to donate, support the stream. We got nothing on the mini feed. Astrobate used 100 bits 2 days ago. Generous, sir. I have the notifications turned off, so if you do make a donation, it's not going to be like bing, 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 because that makes some people angry. So I just quietly announce the donations. It annoyed Arsenal fan. There's no Arsenal fan. He must be nursing, sleeping one off. Alright. Cheesy Noob. Masturbate with 100 bits. Good evening, round 3 of Praying for Black Pizzas. Nobody prays for the black pizzas. And or chess. No and ifs or buts. Alright, someone in Sound spamming the chat there. Hello everyone. He's pro now. He's a pro spammer, but thank you for the help. I think you scared everyone away. Someone on Sound, those official sounding. And he even capitalizes the first letters. Very grammatically correct. Never played D4. Wait. Which account are you again? Never played D4. I can't remember. Never played D4. Chess Video World. Chess Video World, to be exact. I already got you right. Okay, that's why you're not in the list. Ginger Ice. Pro the 55th. Pro the 55th. Short of games. Alright, I just looked at my phone. It's at 11% chance of rain. And now there's like thunder. Are you serious? If it rains, it's like a catastrophe because I have to close the window and I can't breathe. But that's why I was checking the weather. Potential disruption due to thunderstorms. Oh, now it's suddenly updated. Occasional rain ending around 8:30 p.m. Wonderful. That's just great. Well, I'm going to take my chances. Yep. It's up to 39%. I like those updated forecasts. By the way, it's raining. Okay. 5 minutes ago, it was like 11%. Thanks for the real live update there on the ground. Blobix. We almost missed him. It's like, oh, if you're soaking wet, it's probably raining. Seems like the science of predicting weather. We need a hype train. I want to see our coach the World Senior Championship. If FIDE would be kind enough to like announce the details for the World Senior Championship, then I could actually create a donation bar to collect donations. But it's too much to ask the World Chess Federation to announce details for a tournament that's like 6 months in the future. I mean, seriously, you can't find a link about it anywhere. All I've got is dates, and a place, but no other information whatsoever about World Senior in November. It's really bad. I mean, if people want to play in a tournament like that, you need time to make your travel plans and stuff. World Senior Championship, and there's no info, and it's supposed to be in 6 months. All right, I gotta close the windows. Thank you guys. Let's get the hype train. Antonio 200, Astrobate 100 bits. Mr. Sohan just gifted tier 1 to the community. 2 more. We need 2 more. Astrobate gifting a tier 1 sub. We need 2 more people. Morales. Donate 100 bits. Where's Mr. Coffee? Mr. Coffee's misting. He's misting. Mr. Coffee is misting. Astrobate. Astrobate, you're doing it all on your own. Trying to start a hype train on your own, guys. raining. Alright, guys. We're gonna hope it doesn't rain. But if it does... Hype train is close! Hurry! Hype train, I think we got it. I think we got it. Hype train incoming. Astrobate used 500 bits. Goju put us over the top. We needed another person. So thank you guys. Antonio Mirales. It hasn't really started raining, but it's like thunder and it's gonna rain. Thanks to everybody for donating. Astrobate. Hype train, level up to 75. Mr. Soyan just donated another gift sub. Astrobate. I've got how many players? We're gonna get this started, don't worry folks. Alright. Goju with 500 bits. Blobix, don't leave. Blobix keeps leaving the list. Mandarins, Chief. Pyrat. Stapvar again. 96% of the way there to Hype Train level 1. Astrobate and Mr. Slowhand. Who else? CK Law. Who's Andor Chess? Is your name Andor by any chance? Morales with 100 bits. Andor is like a old Hungarian name. Alright. Karch Andres. Karch is playing. Mr. Soyan is gifting 14 gift subs. He just gifted 14 gift subs. I can't even say. Fired up for the burn. Smate 2000, Dyrocon. Just to name a few. Super generous. I'm like gonna hit like Hype Train level 2. 500 from Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee, did you just arrive? We're having level 1 complete. We should be like all the way to level 2 by now. Mr. Coffee with 500 bits. Astrobate with 150. And Sohand is 14. Yeah, we're like 95% of the way to Hype level 2. Now we're 100% to Hype Train level 2. Om's got a gift sub. Fired up for burn, we mentioned. Okay. Man, you guys are crazy generous. Aditya, thanks for following. I've got room for more players. Corpolite, didn't he get a gift sub? Didn't Corpolite get a gift sub? My imagination. Who else got gift subbed? Who else got gift subbed? I can't even keep track. Fired up for burn. What was your account? Niles. Suvik. Niles. There's Niles. We've got 17 players trying to get to 25. Century Gaming. Ah, these 2,000 players. Aditya. Alright. Oof. Another strong player. You're too good, Aditya. Sweet SO. You're too good, Aditya. Too good. 2200s are just brutal, man. We can't keep taking people who are 2200. Yeah, I do Zen mode, especially after all those gift subs. We're 3% of the way to Hype Train level 3. Only once I ever got to Hype Train level 3. Maybe twice. I like to do the games in Zen mode. 18 players. Blobix, stop dropping out. Guys, we're gonna have Blobix like swear up and down he doesn't drop out. He must be on his mobile phone. Alright. Sybil Dorset. We already have Sandrina in the tournament. Will advice to teach chess to my kid. Don't ask me for advice. I can't teach chess to my own kids. Teach them. That's my advice. Don't do what I did and not teach your kids. They just end up playing video games and stuff. Just teach them. I'm just taking some random players. Bloob Bloob. It's like Blobix, but Bloob Bloob. I think that can't be a coincidence. It must be one of Blobix's students. I bet Blobix is like at chess camp or something. Blobix, are you at chess camp? He can't talk because he's not in. He's not in Twitch. The Bloob Bloob has to be like a baby Blobix or something. Karch Andre. Patricello. Yeah, start with the end games. That's a good way to go. Do Russian style. Soviet style. End games first. King and pawn. What do we got? Mandarins. It's too strong. Laos, Karchandre, Bocador Inferno. Bocador Inferno, welcome. Another fast, very strong player. Sybil Capablanca. Capablanca's playing. Oh my god. What? 2300. Paolo. Let's take Paolo. How many do we have now? 23. 2 more to go. Just wait for Blobix. Blobix is not in the list again. Bloob Bloob is in though. Blobix, what am I going to do with you? Bloob Bloob but no Blobix. Bloob Bloob. Bloob Bloob. Blobix dropped out and I have 23 players. Blobix, join again. I want the lowest rated players possible. You guys have to promise not to drop out if you start. These are long games. Where is Blobix? What is he doing? There he is. Alright. Boom. Start. Z mode. We almost lost Blobix again. Whew. I got this almost started with 25 players. Hype train incoming. Hype train success. Massive donations from Mr. Slow and Acerbate. And support from Mr. Coffee, Goiju, Morales. Who am I forgetting? I think I'm forgetting somebody. I'm forgetting one of you, at least. But thank you guys for supporting the stream. Toot toot. Received level 2 Hype Train emote. Alright, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna play some Englishes. I haven't played the English much lately. I've been playing a lot of D4. Shoot shoot. Show off your support in chat. So I'm gonna mix it up between like D4, E4, and C4 with white. Cut out the knight F3. Well, knight F3 is always boring. And with black, I'm gonna try to play like Sicilian, E4, E5, and against D4, I don't know. I closed the windows, now it's not raining. Of course. Well, I didn't close this one. Alright. Zen mode. Thank you guys. Good to see Blobix. 20 subs, 2,675 bits. We didn't play knight F3, but we're facing a knight F3. Grr. I've never met anyone who complained that they have white every game. You're the first one to ever play d4. Oh man, I hate getting white every game. It sucks. Alright. I don't know, that's my question. What am I playing against d4? If I play like e6, they'll switch to me e4 and make me play the French. But I feel like my d4, I'm only playing the Nimzo. The King's Indian's too hard to play in Simuls. We'll try one, maybe. I don't like playing King's Indian in Simuls. It's just too hard. Acerbate. My piece just fell out of my hand. Could play... I'm getting a lot of d4 too. Primarily d4. So Mr. So donated... He donated 17 gift subs. Acerbate must have donated a bunch. Well, 3 to be exact. And lots of bits. Thank you guys. There's Blue Blue. My pseudos for the sound of bubbles underwater. But I thought that you must be related to Blobix. Because you're from France, and Blobix is from France too. Just a coincidence. Blub blub. Maybe it's just a strange coincidence. Like Blobix. There have been stranger coincidences. Blobix couldn't get on Twitch for some reason. Who's missing? Move 11? I told you guys that the London system is banned. Hello? They just don't take it seriously. London is banned. You're not allowed to play this opening. It's boring and trendy and yuck. Yuck. Blah. Blah. It's Swedish, so we shame him for playing the London. Everyone shames Swedish so for playing the London. I forgot to reread the rules of the Simul. The rules of the road. Shame London player. I wouldn't be able to guess who they were because no one here will play the London. Someone on sound might be busting that d4. He might use center game move order. That could easily be him. Sumahar's not here. The shame bell. I should get a shame bell. Go sit in the corner. Write London system on the board 100 times. I will never play the London system. I'm sorry. I will never play the London system. I'm sorry. This looks like a possible delayed London system. Here's another one. Everyone's playing like d4, knight f6, knight f3. That's, alert, possible delayed London. I'm not going to play the Petrov. No good can come out of that. What possible good can come from playing the Petrov in one of these Simuls? And I'm criticizing people for playing the London. It's boring for both sides, of course, man. Seriously, if you told me that I had to play the London, I would just quit. I would quit chess. Mr. Coffee, you're not in the Simul, are you? Good thing we got London. We got Blobix in the Simul. He tried his hardest to drop out, but I kept putting him back in. Mr. Coffee, thank you for joining us. I feel like my clock is running faster than usual. I guess I'm just not playing fast enough. We're down 5 minutes already. I have a whole bunch of people like Slendrina, Sumahair. The Bong Cloud. The reverse Bong Cloud. Like, what is that called? I would like to defend it as a mouse slip, but it's kind of unlikely. It's like an unlikely mouse slip. Like, what were you mouse slipping? You're trying to play like knight f6 and played king e7 by accident? It's like an intentional Bong Cloud. Well, that's really great. It's a nice waste of a game. Alright, well, I'm not going to let it, ruin my day that someone played the Bong Cloud. Yesterday I was going over a game with someone on sound, I guess, and we saw, like, what was it? Oh man, somebody played Ivanchuk and they, like, played some kind of ridiculous opening against him. Yeah, they played the Elephant Gambit. Like, you get a chance to play Ivanchuk, one of arguably, like, the top 10 players of the last, like, 50 years. And I'll play, like, yeah, like something completely unsound against him. What a waste of an opportunity to play with a great player. I've never once in my, I've played players who became great later, but I've never played anyone as good as, like, Ivanchuk in his prime. And, I'm not going to waste the opportunity if I had it. It's like, whatever, man. People are crazy. Alright. But welcome. Welcome. Annoying. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'll just transpose to the English attack or defense or whatever it is, I guess. Yeah, b6 I play myself. Well, I thought this might be a move order someone on sound might try, but it's not likely if he's playing that. I don't think it's likely to be him with queen takes. The acerbate. G3. Stapvargan is in the simul. He normally plays Stonewall, right? We missed move 11. He's been out with COVID. Who else is missing? Sumahair. So e5, d5, knight e7. Well, I'm not going to curse the person who played the reverse Blancade. I mean, what mouse slip could you possibly make there? Does anyone actually play the Blancade by mouse slip? I mean, is there really a way to do that? Maybe you're trying to play queen e7 and you played king e7 by accident? Oh no. One of our regular d4 players. Let's just play a Queen's Indian. Now here we probably have someone on sound. The same move order as last time. Although, the Gioco Piano is extremely popular. It doesn't have to be him, of course. But there is a strong possibility. Petrov defense, of all things. Morales plays the Petrov defense. Or has been known to. I had a long walk today. My leg is muscle pain. Someone on sound 2-0 already, and it's not even a bunk, and the Buncloud game is still going, right? Oh, that's Blobix. We got Blobix here already on move 2. Haha. I identified him on move 2. Damn, I'm good. I like the accelerated Queen's Indian, you know? Seems like a good try. Blobix has been identified. LG. Wow, I wonder who that could be. So we got Summon on Sound with black. So he's not playing the Joker. This is the line we talked about. So we've identified 2 of our, players who play very, very specific repertoire early on. That's really almost cheating that I can identify them. Summon on Sound has tipped $10. It's not me playing the reverse spawn cloud. Thanks for you're the first person that ever gave me 2 tips in one. He tipped me $10 and then he told me it's not me playing the reverse spawn cloud. Double tip. Thank you, Summon on Sound, for the double tip. And now for my next trick. So this pawn takes pawn is like been the move we looked at mostly. But like why should you play pawn takes pawn with white if you think about it logically? Why play pawn takes pawn? Why do people play pawn takes pawn? Because I'm like kind of helping bring your pieces out by doing that, If I don't do pawn takes pawn, what happens? It seems like unexplored territory. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's explore territory. The London, shame. Shame. I feel like I looked at this with someone recently. Did we look at Queen B6? Kampsky attack. Queen b6, queen b3, c4, queen c2. No, it doesn't work. So this is not Summon on Sound. Who could it be? Who could be... wait. Oh. Wasn't there, somebody who played that against me recently? Bishop d3, that seems a little weird. Birds are chirping, good sign. Maybe the thunderstorm has passed and missed us here. The bomb cloud reversed. Great opening. Who could it be now? Alright. Those early Police albums. Queen c7. The reverse Blobix. Blobix with an extra tempo. Marazzi. Birds chirping at 7 o'clock means, hey, it's not gonna rain, guys. Bishop b7. Now we got the real Blobix. May the real Blobix stand up. Try to play the critical. Morales. No! It's not him. It's the Coprolite. Hoplite. I misidentified this Petrov. I assumed it was the evil Morales. Oh no. That's like... It's a stunted London. You forgot to play bishop f4, dude. Not all Petros are Morales. Dude, you totally forgot to put your bishop on f4. The Kali system passive variation. No boom reversed. I want to take a pawn. Now Kamsky system. What's up with bishop d3 though? If I play queen b6 and you play queen b3, I have c4. That doesn't seem right. That's not right. So bishop d3 is like, it's a bad move. You're supposed to play either knight d2 or knight f3. Semi-Slav. Staffvargan played the Stonewall, right? So that's not him. Don't know who this is. Could be a good player. Transposing to Semi-Slav. Uh-oh. How did I end up playing the ready? Oh, I just did like a delayed knight f3. Alright, whatever. So what are you supposed to do? Knight a3? No, a4? a4. Great. Bishop e2. Bishop e2, knight f6, knight c3. It's not Morales. A coffee. Mr. Coffee. I don't know how to play the black side of the whatever, or the Con Sicilian. We could transpose to something I actually know. There's always that possibility. Yeah, I keep thinking that I had this game with Hikaru. Hikaru. Years ago. D4. 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 It's... What is it? It's in English turned into a French, turned into a exchange French. Oh, pre-move. Right. Mr. Slow is probably out there playing the white side of this Lopez. It's surprising how few players we do get who actually play the white side of the Lopez. Masturbate. There he is. That's 3. Get them early. We get them early around move 2 or move 3, usually. How does he do it? Found you again. I bet this is Mr. Slow. Ta-da! I was like, nah, not enough. Nobody plays the white side of the Lopez. We got Mr. Slow as well. 4 identifications. Still around 2 hours. Located 4. What did I do last time? This one's gonna be a tough guess. GeoGuessr. No, it is scary that no one plays the Royal Paz anymore, Mr. Slow. Scary and disappointing. I mean, basically, the shame on the Summon on Sounds of the world who played the Joko piano. They're just lazy to put in the work and learn real openings. But honestly, I'm saying this half in jest. It's just the problem with the Spanish is the Marshall and the Berlin. People don't want to face that. I mean, it's a serious problem, man. So what do you want to do? I'm like afraid like Bishop E4 is gonna happen. Oh my god, he has Bishop B4. What am I gonna do? He might Bishop B4 me. Look out. The Klangbaud. If you play just random people online, like everyone plays the Italian game and no one plays the white side of the Royal Paz. It's very odd. They think that it's a London system on the other side of the board. Seriously. Couple Queens Indians. Now what do I do? Okay. The moment of truth. The anti Summon on Sound. Do we like transpose? G3. If it's G3, it's for me. G3, Bishop G4, Bishop G2. The B3. Oh, so that's his plan, to play the Kolikotanowski. But who could that be? Was it, wasn't it one of the people who were subscribers, like, or maybe not a subscriber, but one of the people who played earlier? Last couple simuls? Niles or Ginger L's? I think this is Ginger L's. CK Law. I knew it was somebody. I couldn't remember which one of you guys. So it was CK Law, my bad. I don't have it ingrained in my mind the way I do with some of the players who have played thousands of games here. Uh-oh. Somebody knows what they're doing. Not fair. Not fair. No bullet, no pre-moving. Play him if you got him. Seriously, what happens here? Wait, this is Staffvargen. Now it's all becoming clear. He's using the weird move order to hit the Stonewall attack. I knew there was something funny going on. Where's Cheesy Noob, by the way? That could easily be Cheesy Noob with the early C3. So Staffvargen is using this as a means of getting into the Stonewall. Guessed him. That's 5. 5 guesses. Delayed Stonewall with F4. What you gonna do when they come for you? That's 5 guesses. Good job. So this isn't Summon on Sound. Who else could it be? Oh, you're sacrificing your B2 pawn. But that's not normal here. I could also play C4 and then take. Yeah, I don't think this is like a real. This is not a real pawn sacrifice. You're not supposed to sacrifice the B2 pawn having played c3 and like bishop d3. That is not a normal procedure. Queen b2 or c4, that's the question. Or even potentially take, but if I play c4, where do you move your bishop? Then I take the pawn there on b2. Do I really want to play c4 though? I'm just going to take this. I love... Oh, pre-moves. I love pre-moves. I love pre-moves. Yeah, they're basically playing bullet. Please don't play bullet. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not good here for white. He had to do rook c1. He forced me to take it. The world is ending. Ta-da! Well, I mean, what am I supposed to do now? Like bishop g4 or something? Seems weird. I should just develop my pieces somehow, I guess. Hope that my queen's not trapped. This is Morales. No, that's a Morales. No, not his move order, really. He would normally play knight c6 first. As you know it. Coffee system. Central pawn. A mere central pawn. When playing the bomb cloud. What's one mere central pawn? It has ended a number of times. This is the 6th reset. You mean the world? Oh, okay. It's not really ending, it's just a new beginning. Yes, we need some gloom and doom. I don't think the Boncloud player would be anyone that I would know. There was a guy who was like 900 rated, but you know, that feels like more like a troll than a 900. I mean, I don't know. Now we know who that is. I think that's Notch Papa. Caro Khan player with black. This was a Caro Khan, an attempted Caro Khan. Attempted murder of the Caro Khan. The Blitz game, the live Blitz game where I had Hikaru crushed was this. And then he escaped where he like knocked over the clock and he was like banging the clock and hammering the pieces. In my famous Hikaru, I should have beat Hikaru in over the board Blitz game, but he like drew with like no material left. I had a queen and king against king and couldn't mate him in time. I can't remember what I played in that game though. It was 20 years ago. I don't think... Was this right? D4? I can't play D4 and like lose a pawn. D4 can't be right. Could it be D3? Could it be D3? I mean, I was thinking bishop E2. So what happens if like bishop E2, bishop B4? Then I have to defend the pawn anyway. It seems sort of stupid for white to play bishop e2 and d3, although I might have to do it anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to play here. I have no recollection of that game. Except that like no one else has ever played it. I mean, I remember because it's like no one else has ever played this variation against me. I think I've never had any games in it except for that one time against Nakamura. Which is kind of funny. I mean, what are you supposed to play? D5. This was Capablanca Alyakin. Game 1. Alyakin like tried to be too aggressive and did D5 and he got like, I don't know, white got C4 in. Somehow, some kind of like undermining of the center. It was their first game in the World Championship. But we had the exact same variation against someone last Simul too. So someone else on, are we transposing now to another variation in this Albin, the albino gambit? I don't care, man. I'm castling. And I don't know why I'm playing the Kalashnikov. Boncloud Simul troll. A3 in the Queen's Indian. That's got to be a theoretical novelty. Why would you play A3 with white? It's weird. C5. Maybe not. Maybe I should play D5. Maybe not. Huh. What should I play? That's the question. Rook E8. A3 is good. It takes the seam out of knight A6 a little bit. A3. Critical waiting move. Interesting. C5, D5 takes. Knight H4. Then I can play like knight E4. The old knight E4. Doesn't really work here. So what do you play? What do you play, man? A3. It's just a weird move. They've used -3 minutes for the whole game and then play A3 in a mainline Queen's Indian. What the heck is that? So knight E4 doesn't make sense. C5 runs into D5. Knight A6 doesn't really make sense. Strange move, huh? And I don't have other like logical moves. Very odd. This is either an accident or a carefully prepared variation. Curious who that could possibly be. I just don't know what to do. Really don't know what to do. I mean, D5 can't be bad. They take, though. Getting into a normal kind of Queen's Indian Petrosian system. C5, D5 takes, knight H4. Do I have anything good there? A3 is such a waste of time for white. Knight E4, pawn takes D5, just doesn't work. It's weird, man. Just don't know what to do. Very strange. Well, he must be like a genius to play that move. What am I supposed to do? Indians. What time is it? It's time for a principled move. Is what time it is. Principled move time. What is the principled move? What is the freaking principled move? D5 take with a knight, allowing E4. Could theoretically do that. Because A3 is so sort of weakening. A3 take with a knight, allow E4, and then just bring it back to F6. Then E5, white has space but a backward D pawn. So if I play D5, he probably takes, knight takes, and then something like rook E1. I don't know. This is very strange. I have no clue. It's probably some secret variation that has occasionally been played by strong players. I doubt that it's good, but I can't figure out the point. You know, what is black supposed to do? C5, D5. Right. Well, that's polite. D6. D6 is passive for black. It's probably not that bad, actually. It's not that bad. I mean, white might have D5 though. It's probably playable D6. I don't really know what to do. I'm just gonna like do a random move. Alright. I mean, A3 is not a good move, but it's not a bad move necessarily either. I had this game with white against Bersesh David. Did he play bishop b4? I feel like he did. Did he? Why would he do a thing like that? Problem is I don't play the black side of the French. How did this happen? It's unbelievable. It was two knights tango and you're playing the white side. Who plays what kind of player plays d4 with white and transposes to the, can just flexibly transpose to the, that doesn't happen, man, at the amateur level. Nobody can make that transposition among average players. It's highly unusual for white to be able to transpose there. Now what do I do? Gambit, man. Maybe c4 at some point will be necessary, huh? How about queen a3? Oh, that's so crazy. I had the exact same move the other day, and I never played the Kalashnikov. Alright, I'm going to think about this, guys. I gotta run. I'll be right back. Sorry guys, we're back. Checking the map here. It's like big clouds all around. Alright, big clouds all around. Bishop e6, surprisingly. I looked at this position, believe it or not, with Stockfish the other night. And I was actually surprised that Bishop e6. I think it was Bishop e6 was played. Wow, that can't be right. Bishop d3 can't be right. Sybil. Virtual hug. Irrational. Oh, the a4. Yeah, I think I saw a game where Alyakin did that. It's an unusual line. No, this is anti-martial. Sorry, I'm thinking of c3. So, yeah. No, it's standard anti-martial. I'm sorry I castled. Can I take that back? Can I take back castles and play a3? I don't know the black side of that particularly. Rook e1. Rook e8, rook e1. c5. d5 takes. So what's happening here? c5, d5 takes. There. There. What? Oh, of course. The master of 20 minutes. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Interference. So knight e5, bishop f2, king f2, queen e5. I like it. I kind of like it. Wow, the black side, they know what they're doing here. Black side of Albin guy. Wow, this is cool. Let's just, get it over with. Playing bullet. The maps look really like a lot of clouds directly over the city, but it's not raining yet. I don't want it to rain. No mouse, very passive line there. And now bishop d3 seems like a mistake. It seems like a mistake. Bishop c3, pawn takes e4. Bishop takes f6. Queen f6. Oh, you're just blundering bishop g4, like losing an exchange? Well, I mean, there could be potential attacks on h, whatever it is, g7, but alright, yeah. I don't believe it. I don't believe you. I'm out of book, you're out of book. We're playing the Scheveningen. Modern Scheveningen, as opposed to classical Scheveningen. The modern Scheveningen featuring a6. Thanks to you guys, especially Mr. Sohand Asterbait, for massive gift subs. Massive gift subs donations. So what's happening now? Player's using no time. The unsound pawn sack player. Just basically playing like bullet cheese. Well, I think I should get out. Get out. Oh, Arsenal. I am the blob. Well, I don't know. I just checked it, and I was surprised that bishop e6 was the... No, I don't think that was Stockfish's move, necessarily. I don't remember, like, what Stockfish said in that Kalashnikov. I was just surprised that it was played more than any other move. No, I don't know what's best objectively. I played a different move. I think I played knight... No, what did I do? I don't know what I did. I don't remember. That's weird. That's weird. I do not remember what I played. Just a blitz game. So what am I supposed to do here? Like knight to b4, right? Knight b4, bishop e2, bishop f5. Wait. Knight b4, bishop e2, bishop f5. And then what? Like knight e1? Is this even a good move? Arsenal fan, what happened? Instead of rook e8, I was thinking c5, d5. Yeah, I know. c5, d5, e4. c5, d5, e d5, you mean. Knight h4, knight e4. Camel culture. But that's why I wanted to play rook e8, so it like protects my knight on e4 in a similar variation. Or are we congratulating Arsenal? Did he jump off a pier? What happened? You won a trip? I can't scroll up and see it. You had County Rapid Play today, got under 2K grading prize. You beat your first ever FM over the board. Wow, dude, nice job. Pool Rapid Play. Dorset County. Sybil Dorset. Do you know anyone named Sybil? Arsenal? By any chance? Oh no, we discussed this. This was a literature. That's a literature character. Yeah, rook e8, but you seemed unsatisfied with it. Sadly not. I'm having like multiple conversations at the same time. I don't really know what I'm talking about though. That's the problem. So I don't want white to play e4. How am I going to prevent it in the long term? That's my issue here. We're not. Well, simply, we're not, my dear. We're not going to prevent it. Thanks for joining us, Camel Culture, Arsenal. Arsenal, congratulations. This is Notch Papa, our sixth guest? No, it is not. Century Gaming playing the Notch Papa variation. Alright, we'll try something different. Since it's not Notch Papa, it's not. Since it's not Notch Papa, we won't do that. Now what? Oh well. Most of my guesses were correct. Why am I so thirsty? I had a coffee and I'm like dying of thirst now. I had a huge glass of water. What is the problem? Bishop g5 has been called. What a provocative statement that move is. The wrong kind of provocation. You're not talking about this position. You're clearly not talking about this position. Oh my god, speaking of provocations. I don't know what to do, but screw it. I'm going to play knight c6 and just offer to trade pieces. So this is not normal, is it? That is not the book move, I don't think. Black's supposed to take on d2. I thought like they're supposed to take on d2 and play c5 or something. I don't think that bishop takes c3 is standard. Now it looks like a French. No, although I guess it's okay for black. I mean, I don't really know this line. Just looked at it recently. I don't even know which way to recapture, honestly. I guess with the pawn. Arsenal. He did it anyway. Did it anyway? What? So what do I do? A6 and drive the knight back? I don't really know the Kalashnikov. I think first I should play knight f6 and attack the pawn. But I've been thinking about playing the Kalashnikov just because I need something else. Kalashnikov I thought about, but it's just too popular. Everyone knows it. The nice thing about the Kalashnikov is the theory is less... I mean, there's a lot of theory there too, but it seems like it's not as bad as the Sveshnikov. Alright. I don't know what level I'd be capable of playing it objectively. Very exciting. What? You're moving tomorrow. Oh no. Very exciting. 40 miles away from current home. Pre-mover. Shame. So you're moving to the west, Arsenal. I was looking at the map the other day, thinking about it's funny how all of the towns in Massachusetts are named after their counterparts in the UK. Pretty much everything we renamed after other port towns in Britain. Couldn't think of their own names, so they just copied everything. Truro, Plymouth. So what happened? B4, what happened? Oh, A5, the old A5. Ye old A5 pub. B5. Camel travels 40 miles every day. He's a vacuum cleaner salesman. He learned everything he knows from Brian Wall. Niles, I went from London to Cardiff and then on the way back stopped at Bristol. I'm jealous, Arsenal, that you live near the coast. I miss the sea. It's so hard being in Hungary and being like completely landlocked. I lived my whole life, well, the first parts of my life, at least remotely close to the ocean. It's so hard to be landlocked. I went to see a seafood store today. I was like looking in the window at all the seafood, jealously wishing I had seafood. Alright. It's hard to get good seafood in Budapest. You can't really get more landlocked than here. So the big suggestion... Bigger is better. Don't know what to do with this one. I need to break the center at some point. Break that queenside structure. Okay. Arsenal's dominated the chat, but someone on sound is playing black here in this silly opening. What am I doing? 92 is a transpo to other someone on sound territory. I probably played really lame moves like b3, bishop f4 is possible. Like, I don't know what happens if you do like e3 here. I wonder. Season ticket. Season ticket holders. How does that work? You get a ticket to every game? I think how baseball season tickets are like 12 games or something. They call it a season ticket. There's like 100 and something games in a baseball season. How can a season ticket be like 10 or 12 games? Season ticket implies like you'd have a game to all the have a ticket to all games. All right. The implications. Move 11. How are you feeling? Feeling better. You missed the simul, bro. Yeah, this player is scaring me. Fearless master of pawn sacrifice. Okay, what do I do? Take? His knight's coming to e5 now. Annoying. Maybe bishop d7? That's such a stupid idea. Bullet chess. Boncloud Meister. Is he mated? The bullet chess Boncloud Master is mated. Oof, d5 breaking the center. Where's his queen going? Oh, knight takes e4. Good, good. Good, good. Nice. So what am I supposed to do? Sack a pawn. I'm gonna sack me a pawn. You could have won the tournament. A Welsh international. Sounds like a football side. A Welsh international. Gotta watch out for those Welsh internationals. I'm a little out of touch with the latest in the Welsh chess scene. Personally. Knight b5. Oh my gosh. Psycho. Alright. Could this be Morales? Nah. Nah. Carcinogenic. Whoa. So bishop f6 or bishop f8 is the question. Bishop f8. I've never heard a chess style described as carcinogenic before. Thank you, Asterbate. That's I don't know. I can't really figure out. Wonder what that's like. Cooking rooks. It's not. No, we already had Mother's Day in Hungary though. I don't know how it works in other countries. We had the first Sunday of May is Mother's Day here. So that was a week ago today. But happy American Mother's Day. Happy Hallmark Mother's Day. Slow and poisonous. Ooh. Carcinogenic for you. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it implied who it was carcinogenic for. Thank you, Cooking Rooks. All ones. OMG. So classic Skiveningen. Dog. Dog. Dominant dogs. B5. Bishop F3. That's a classic. A classic. Queen C7. Knight C6. Happy Others Day. National Otters Day. Thank you, Cooking Rooks. Oh, I see. So what do I do? What do I do? Well, I'm gonna keep that pawn if you let me. My other brother, Daryl. This is my mother, Daryl. And this is my other brother, Daryl. Is Bob Newhart still alive? It's a good question. Do you watch like American comedy in Britain? Or we just like watch British comedy in the United States? How does it work? Alright. Yeah, this is a nice setup. Knight C4. American. You couldn't join the Simul on this day of all days. Absolutely not. No, I didn't realize it was Mommy's Day. Since we already had one. Who's playing this? Bob Newhart is 92. He's 2 years older than my mom. It's pretty good, man. I hope I make it to 92. But I'm afraid that's unlikely. It's not easy to live to 92. Oh, Averbach died. He's 100. He made it to 100 and died. Poor guy. But at least he made it. You know, I mean, that's the principle of the thing. Sadly. Alright, man. Something about this, yeah, aggro. Too aggro. Okay, so you're supposed to play a different line. Why? Oh, I play e4. Knight d7 is not the proper move, right? Bye! You're gonna head out. What happened? Why would I take with the rook or the bishop here? Take with the pawn. Create the pawn. Formatting my pawns. Formatting hard drive. This is Asterbate playing the black side of the Marazzi. But now it's time to play b5. You shouldn't let me play b5. Yeah, I decided to do my aggro thing here myself. Although maybe I have an alternative. Knight takes. This was the plan. Stick with the plan. Skewerly, welcome. No, Asterblade's Accelerated Dragon. Dragon's really hard, man. I mean, if you don't know, like, theory perfectly, you get, like, destroyed by 7-year-old children. And even if you do know it perfectly, it's not easy. I don't know, man. The dragon has a cool name, but I'm not sure it's a good idea to play it, you know, really. I tried to play it against Terzo and lost, like, my only dragon ever. Yeah, it's just so easy to get, like, brutally destroyed. The Accelerated Dragon is very solid. Totally different opening. So what is this? What is this, man? You're gonna migrate. The Great Migration. Oh my god. This is the guy who sacked his pawn on b2? Are you serious? Something crazy this way comes. What? Knight takes? I have to take. What is going on here? Guess I have to play this. Didn't plan on it. Well, that's unfortunate. Now what's the plan? Yeah, we played this before. I've always played it, like, lamely for white. I just don't understand how black gets away with this. Doesn't seem fair. It just doesn't seem fair, to be honest. Wow. Castle. Castle. Out of my Vienna knowledge here. Yeah, I was going to keep that, so just so you know. I like this game a lot. This was our London. Oh, right. So it was Swede Esso. He's used no time. Well, we can't tell. Can't really tell his time use. Psychopathic style. Ear licking. Licking your own ear. What is that? Something on Amaranth? I knew it. Had to be. It's really hard to lick your elbow, apparently. Though I never tried. That should be used more commonly. Queen to e2. The reverse stonewall. The classic reverse stonewall. If you can lick your own ear, you probably have a massive ear. You're probably like 95. People's ears get bigger, right? When they age. It's like that's why really old people have like giant ears. You could probably just like pull it down and lick your ear if you're old enough. I mean, if you're like 90 Bob Newhart age, probably not that hard. Ears get larger. Or you get ear enlargements, it's like sort of surgery. I'm not sure how that works though. How do your ears just continue to grow? Is that like a natural genetic thing? Like, because you need better hearing, your ears keep getting bigger, like a Ferengi in Star Trek? Talking chess a sec. What is your perspective? I don't think it's like advantageous really to take on a7. Mr. Cobbett he loves it when we talk about Ferengi. Alright. Knight f3, trading pieces. Why doesn't white have an advantage in like the main line of the Albin counter gambit? Why? I just don't get it, you know? Why? It's not fair. Like, I should get something. Bobik spent all of his time. Happened here. He spent half an hour on like d5, and he knows this opening. I'm the one that doesn't know it. You're not supposed to spend half an hour. Wait, c4's hanging? That was the big idea. It's a pawn. Knight b6. Wow. That's such a weird position. I mean, I guess I could play c5. Asterbate, you wouldn't have to bend his arm. You wouldn't have to bend his arm to like play c5. He loves doing that anyway. I hate exchanging and like opening your bishop up, though. I could do e5 and c5. No, I have to play c5 first if I want to do that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Is this Morales? It can't be. He would never use that much time. This is Slendrina with the weird time use. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Just throwing that out there. Like my first ever anti-Marshall with black. When I do play the black side of the Spanish, I normally don't try to play the Marshall. So I'm not even sure what I'm doing. Yeah, I figured you might do that. This is like, speaking of getting weird, right? What if I sack the exchange, seriously? Knight f2. Knight f2. I don't know. Maybe I overestimated my position here. I thought I was better. You can always sack the exchange. It's never too late. H6. I love that knight takes c4, knight d6 double fork. Double stuff, cookies. Guess I have to take. It's basically what? What is it? I don't know. D6. Get out. Get out! The astrobate A6 move, which he plays in all positions. Wow. Massive raid from Ruchess. 27. Actually, no. She's Ruchess 27, but 52 players is the raid size. Wow, Ruchess, thank you. Huge raise. It is a raise. I mean, we're raising the number of players in the stream. Ruchess 27, raising to 52. 52, raising by 52. That's a huge raid. Wow. Didn't see you streaming earlier. Thank you. Thank you to Ruchess. Alright. A fat raid. It's huge. I know sometimes Ruchess does collaborations with our friend Tranquilizer. She was part of the streamer battle tournaments we had like during the pandemic. Thank you for the raid. Very kind. Guys, check out Ruchess here on Twitch as well. Thank Mr. Coffee, thank you for disabling the followers only mode. Your opponent has left the game. Shout out for Ruchess. Deuce 7. You were watching both streams. G-Souths. Nice. So that works out perfectly. Yeah, so here I figured the black king is in a bad spot. Is this Albin? How was knight b3? I don't know, man. I can't find a line I like in the Albin, to be honest. We're all on one side. Ruchess team enjoys victimizing us in sub battles. That's what Arsenal said. Well, in the old days, they're pretty tough. Oh, but Arsenal, you left us for a time. You were playing with Tranquilizer's team. When you divorced me. The troubles. The time of the troubles. Arsenal switches sides sometimes. Feels very drawish to me. We all play the Albin to get a drawn endgame. Don't you? Someone on sound? That's why I was always interested in it. Yeah, I'm looking for openings that are very drawish. So Albin always comes to mind. Someone on sounds loves getting drawish positions. Trading queens. Oh boy. Houston, I have a bad feeling about this. Speaking of Tranquilizer, I don't play the Marshal. I rarely play e4, e5, although sometimes here for Simuls. And I never play this move order, and now I ended up in an anti-Marshal that I don't know what I'm doing. And it looks like I'm immediately in trouble. I felt like rook b8 was right, but maybe not. I thought it was logical to just maintain my center. Now what do I do? I have to go here. This doesn't look right. That's bad news. Arsenal said, I guess the best try is hacking a pawn here. That's bad news. Why am I so thirsty? I walked like 5 miles today. Really nice walk. Out to the Danube and back. I'm still really, really thirsty. So Asterbate playing a6 and b6 on the black side of the Marazzi, you're turning into sort of like a Dragendorf. Asterbate has this problem. He does things like, we all have these security blankets we use in life and in chess. And Asterbate's security blanket is like playing a6 randomly in the Sicilian when he doesn't know what else to do. The problem against Marazzi, it's really hard to get in b5. So sometimes it's not even the best strategy to bother to play a6. If you're not going to get in b5, I'm not really using b5 for my pieces. It's kind of a waste of time. It might weaken your b6 pawn. I mean, it does weaken your b6, as Arsenal would say, spawn. Your b6 spawn. So this is an interesting position. I wanted to sack the exchange now. Rook takes e4. Rook e4. Bishop e4. Queen e4. If I don't sack the exchange now, I probably never can. It may be my only chance to do so. On the other hand, you know, it's not, I'm not obligated to sack the exchange. White has used negative time for the game thus far. He told me who he was. This is Bernie. No! Bernie, you lied to me. Or I misunderstood you. Bernie said, Field of Burns said that he plays a3. I thought this was his game. Were you talking about a different position? I totally thought this was Byrne playing white. It turns out it's Naj Papa. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, knight c3, queen g6, e4, d6. Well, I say we go for it. But I misunderstood. Totally thought I was Bernie Sanders. Misunderstood the comment from earlier. He said it like right as I reached that board when Notch Papa played the weird move a3. So I misunderstood entirely the context of whatever we're talking about there. a6 is recommended. Speaking of weakening moves. Whoa. Totally unexpected h4 now. I don't understand. Well, he couldn't take the pawn on e4 last move? You could take this pawn on e4, right? But he didn't want to. He didn't want it. Okay, knight takes c3. I mean, I guess you sort of need a reason not to play knight takes c3. I mean, knight takes g5 like opens up the h-file for white. Make PogChamps great again. I need a reason not to play knight takes c3. Queen f3, presumably. Drops a rook. Actually, he's got a problem here. He can't just like drop his rook, allowing mate in 2. Oh my god. So knight takes c3, you know, pretty much forces white to play queen d2. But I don't see how that benefits him. The anti-Vienna, bro. Make pop champs great again. Wait, are you? Whatever happened to who is that? Always call me bro. Play like Kasparov. He has a bro fetish. I'm too old to call people bro now. You're never too old for bro. Sire. I go with sire. Oh, it's Hulk Hogan, you think? The yellow tights never work for me, man. You whippersnapper. So what am I supposed to do? I'm too old to be calling people bro, brother. I like formal. I'm more formal. Homie. Formal nicknames. Way to not move the A pawn in order to stop my B pawn from advancing here. So we get kind of an optimal Scheveningen. Yeah, I'm very surprised by this occurrence as well. I mean, if white plays CD here, I thought he was going to take that way, like freeing his bishop. But he decides to play more conservatively. You know, maybe it's not a mistake. But it's more like kind of a defensive setup for black. Rook e6. You're just asking for it. Alright guys, time is up. Coprolite, we already saw that. Coprolite is very solid. Rook takes e6. Exchange sacks are welcome. What would Asterbate do? This is Morales. It was a Petrov-like position, so I could have guessed Morales if I was sharp. You like my exchange sacrifice? In the Notch Papa game? Bishop g5. Knight g5, knight g5. Dropping a piece for nothing. Alright. It's basically a Petrov. He's still playing the Petrov against the Vienna. A rook takes c6 in that other game. I didn't feel like that was as good as my Not Papa sacrifice. Thanks again for the raid from Ruchess, and to all of you, or any of you who are watching from her stream. Appreciate that. Appreciate. I also appreciate it didn't rain so that I'm not suffocating in my office with no oxygen. Queen e1. Morales is so I want to see a match between like Morales and someone on sound. I guess it depends on the time control. Two of my toughest opponents. You're all tough. Except for Asterbate, who doesn't use his time properly. Asterbate's giving time mods. You can't be tough if you're giving all your opponents time mods every game. Seriously, what am I going to do here? I feel like I'm suffocating again. Knight g5 loses a piece. Bishop d3 allows me to get pinned. Queen e1 unpins. Maybe I should ask myself, what would summon unsound do? Knight e5, destroying my own pawn structure. Yeah, nice knight on e4. Well, my first reaction is to get rid of it with knight g5. That unfortunately drops a piece. I could try to undermine it with c4. But would I be undermining my own center? Blobix is on. You made it. Little problem there earlier. Yeah, Viewer World Cup. Cool idea. You need a sharper what? Eve? Sharper Eve. You're back. M was not dead. Salute. Saludo. Solido. Saludo, solido. What am I gonna do? This doesn't seem good. I don't like this anymore. If I offer you a draw, your wife will be happy. It's Mother's Day. You haven't played Summon and Sound, I don't think, but Morales is harder to kill than Tom Brady. The GOAT. The GOAT. I'm gonna have me a glass of wine. In honor of our French friends, Cheesy Noob and Blobix, pour me a glass of Hungarian wine. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So, unpinning. Unpinning and winning. I'm unpinning and winning. Stupidest move ever played. Preemptive unpinning. I just did preemptive unpinning. Can you believe that? If you were me, AD1 and 1. Oh yeah. Damn, dude. Somebody bet on that? What a name, you know. It's called Rich Strike. You gotta like bet on that horse. If you're just randomly picking names. Anybody who like looks at the list and they're like, oh, I think I'll bet on Rich Strike. You gotta pick that horse if you don't know horse racing. Did someone bet on that? He had 80-1 odds. He was a replacement in the last minute for another horse. Like 3 days before the Kentucky Derby. I don't remember Derek Smalls. Don't think we've played before. Okay. Who is this Summon on Sound? I don't remember him either. Summon on Sound's wife will be happy if I offer him a draw. He won't be like punching holes in the wall today like he usually does when he loses. Biggie. Man, I gotta play faster. Sorry, I'm just burning tons of time. I keep feeling like I'm worse now in this thing. You know, we've had this before, where I think I played something totally lame, like B3. Now it starts to rain. That we get in time pusher. Nice. Just heard the first raindrops. Raindrops. That's like the worst. Come on, man. I don't know what to do. That pawn on d4 hurts me. Why am I worse? He's like the world's biggest. Can't believe it's raining. Suffocating. Thank God it's not July. This can't be right, Master. Speaking of pawn sacrifices, but e4 is hanging. Someone of Sound's wife like emails me every week to ask me to take it easy on him because he gets really angry when he loses and stuff. So I've been taking it easy on him for a couple months now. Just be nice, take it easy, you know, let him win once in a while. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. Same thing with Morales. Yeah, I get most of my income from significant others who want me to take it easy on their husbands or whatever. Make the game short. I told her that it's okay if the baby wants to play instead. Probably stronger than Dad anyway. Knight f6, take, check. What's going on? Emo Boyd. Emo Boyd. Emo Boyd. Yeah, Arsenal. You see, Arsenal's family never paid, like, bribes. That's why I've been so hard on him. They never paid in the bribes. Alright, what am I doing? Taking this pawn? Really? Losing time? Okay, what about my bishop? What about this bishop? I don't know what to do. Bishop is lost. It's lost its way. What prep? Don't worry, Blubix, there is no prep. That's only your paranoid instinct. There is no prep. The prep is that there is no prep. I don't know what I'm doing. What to make of this, though, really? God, this Slendrina character. Alright. So much. Oh, that's Cheesy Noob. Of course. Of course it's you. I'm surprised that Cheesy Noob didn't play the Bomb Cloud. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But in this game, why didn't bishop e5 check, rook e1 win the queen? Well, I'm sure there's a reason for that. Because I'm stupid, and he would have played king f8, but I would have... I mean, he could have played king f8. I didn't see it, but he still would have evaded the worst of it. Wait. Yeah, he has a check on f5. I wasn't winning by force. Evasion. Okay, rook e5 followed by what? Bishop, I can't take. Bishop g5. Rook e5 is just asking for trouble, of course. Queen b3. You would play king d8. King d8's crazy. Why does king f8 get mated, Arsenal fan? I don't understand what you're talking about. Why does he get mated? How is he getting mated? You're exaggerating. But he does a check on f5, and then he can play like bishop e6. I'm not saying it's good, but, you know, it doesn't, like, lose by force. That's all I'm saying. Does anyone remember when Exxon was Esso? He's sweet Esso. Esso. Do they still... No, wait, is it still Esso in Europe? ESSO. Does that still exist? Exxon is Esso? Totally random question. It's nothing to do with anyone, but just that flashed back. It still exists. Okay. It's like the European Exxon. I think it used to exist in the United States when I was little, and then they changed. Classical Simul is the only one you can sleep during 1 hour in the forest and survive. That's like the time I fell asleep during a poker tournament. I woke up and I was still in it. Didn't go well after that, though. I knew you must be in the forest or something, doing chess camp. Saberdog provoked me and then went back to f3. That's a new one. I've never had anyone do that. Provoking g5 and going back to f3. Where does the queen go? We're going to transpose to a Queen's India. He thinks I'm in prep. E4. I think I had you know, I had myself this position. You've inspired me to try it. Vlobex. Vlobex. Vlobich. How am I going to get out of the pin? The old G5 trick. I don't know where I recognize that from. I don't think he can sack a piece here. I'm not sure I want to play it though. I mean, I don't have to play that. We're not that desperate yet. Well, I could. You could play G5 and if Bishop G3, Knight E4. But it's still a little bit iffy for black. A little bit iffy has been called. Alright. A little bit iffy. We're down to 44 minutes, which is also a little bit iffy. I really don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to play G5. Not going to drink too much alcohol. I'm going to be a good boy. One glass of wine is all. Now this is interesting. Hanging pawns, brah. Bishop, wait, B5. That's also an interesting move. I'm saying the word interesting too much. B5 is pretty extreme. Extreme Petrix. It's extreme. Extremely extreme. Rather not. Rather not do that. What about Queen B6? I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble here. Maybe I should bring my bishop back. He's going to play knight e5 at some moment, which is going to be a problem anyway. Yeah, this is just space. Space invaders. Maybe not so easy. Oh, Boca de Inferno is playing bullet chess with 1 minute left. I love it when people do that. I can't tell you how much I really appreciate that. I just can't tell you how much I love that, dude. Guaranteed to be happy if you play bullet against me while letting your clock run down to 1 minute. I'm thrilled about that. I mean, if it happens by accident, it's fine. You know, if you're in the woods like Blavix and you're sleeping and you woke up and you have a minute left, but please don't do it like on purpose because you want to turn my like 2-hour simuls into 1 minute simul. I had the feeling like Slenderina did that lately too. Like if you want to play 5-minute simuls, play in somebody else's simul. Don't like intentionally let your clock run down to 1 to 5 minutes, or I'm not going to play you guys anymore. That is not the point of this. Simul time abusers. You're time abusers. What do I do? Take? I don't really want to do that. Don't really want to do it. Then don't do it. Why am I doing it if I don't want to do it? Blavix and I playing the Queen's Indian Celler-rated version. Celery. What is Ginger's real strength? Apparently 1500 blitz. Plays really well. F5? What am I going to do here? Not easy. I have to get rid of that knight, so what choice do I have? Now we're just seeing the same games pop up again and again right now. It's just like rotating back and forth between those same players. Sandrina, Boca d'Inferno. Sandrina, Boca d'Inferno. I'm gonna just resign if you guys do this repeatedly. Take your time, please. Last time I resigned against Sandrina on protest, so I hope they won't continue to do that. They get the message, at least. Yes, E5. I don't remember what white's supposed to do. I don't think I've ever played this with white. I had it with black. Feels like knight F3. Feels like developing is a good idea. Is developing a good idea? Interesting game though, this exchange sack. Intuitively, to me, seemed sound. Somewhat sound. The question is, oh boy. The more I look at my move played, I get scared and euphoric. I'm always just scared. Very rarely euphoric, unless I'm really confident. We don't get a lot of euphorism. Euphorism. A euphorism. Do I drop a piece here? Speaking of euphoric, let's not drop a piece against Goju. Solid. Speaking of solid. Mr. Solid. This is Lobix Jr. Rook C3. Going for endgame. I have Bishop G5. Maybe it's stronger. Bad bishops. What does it mean? People suck, right? Bad bishops suck. Arsenal gets either euphoric or very depressed. Quite the range. Look, man, no pawn moves. Mesmerism. Now, Saberdog was talking about how he likes playing the English. Never had a positive flow experience. I haven't read enough. Hey, what's up, Excel Poker? Yeah, I've had experiences. But it's been a while. wanted to play d6. Go for it. Go for it, brah. The flow, there was... Oh man, I mean, white's hanging his c3 pawn here. That's not important. What's the psychologist who does stuff with flow? I have some book. I didn't read it yet. Flow theory. I'm good as long as I'm not like having panic attacks or anxiety. I'm happy. Knight e4. I battled with anxiety before, and honestly, if I don't have like dementia or panic attacks, I'm pretty good. If I don't have brain fog or panic attacks, we're happy. My game has been pretty good lately. Honestly, in like slow chess, I feel like my last 10 games, I've been really... The last like year, I mean, I've been concentrating really well. Yeah, like meditation. Meditation is definitely good. I don't know if I mentioned it on the stream though. Years ago, I used to go to a sports psychiatrist, and we talked about this kind of stuff. But I've never actually. I've talked to a couple psychiatrists or psychologists about meditation, but I've never actually gotten into it really. I think it's an excellent idea. If you're serious about whatever, competition. Wow. How am I not winning this position by force? Rook takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes d2, takes... Damn. Rook takes c3. I am winning this position. That's what's happening. I am winning this position. It's not... It's a real thing. Meditation is real. You learn to concentrate. You can teach yourself to like tune things out if you meditate. But for me, it's always been very hard to reach that kind of state. Very rarely do I actually reach a sort of like meditative concentration. I can't do that at will. But you can probably teach yourself to do it. I have to kind of just naturally get there, personally. Wow. What is happening here? Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Johnny Depp. So I'm winning the combo. Winning with combos. Right, exactly. Exactly, Mr. Coffee. It's Hungarian. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So it's Csikszentmihalyi. I have the book. I really need to read it. No, he's a Hungarian, of course. Flow. Go with the flow. I think I even have it on my desk, actually. I don't know, it might be around somewhere. So, Mr. Slow, you're like doing some kind of devious piece sacrifice? I mean, pawn sacrifice? To try to trap... What is this? Rook a4, knight e4, rook b4? That's too crazy. Look what he's doing here. I'm skeptical. Call me skeptical. It probably works, though. Nice pronunciation. No, but I mean that's a very standard. Those are very standard sort of Hungarian syllables. A drop of red wine. It's good. Egri from Eger. Egri Vörösbor. Chiksi St. Mihai. It's a very Hungarian name. You can't get much more Hungarian than that. Alright. What do? Knight e4. Rook b4. Alright, so what are you threatening? You're threatening to trap my knight with like what, c4, but it's never really trapped because I can always go to d4 if I have to. Really trapped. It's really trapped. What are my options here? Not a lot of options. You're taking that pawn anyway. Oh, somewhere I saw they're like now marketing wine in paper containers. Oh man, Malbec is the best. It's not that readily available here, you know, like in the United States, man. Malbec is my favorite. But like, you know, it's a huge trend now. I mean, some of them are just like mass produced now. But I mean, that's a great wine. Originally from, it's like a variety that was like dying out from France, and they transported it to Argentina. A varietal. But Malbec became very, very trendy in the last years. Well, for quite a while. The nice thing about living in the States is that you can get South American wine. Here in Europe, it's not that simple. It's not that cheap, you know. We have lots of good wine in Hungary. Alright. Anyways. This is somewhat unsound. Just somewhat. When's the cheapo coming? Good lord. What am I gonna do? Pawn on d4 is just pure evil. I've equalized against Stapvarga. Stapvarga. Calling like a Hungarian. Stapvarga. Varga. Common Hungarian name. Actually, I don't know what Varga actually means, if it has a meaning. It's a very common name, but Stapvargan. What is a Vargan? Vargans. This was the game with someone on sound. Can you take a glance at knight b3? Uh-huh. It sounds like an alien species. Vargan. He's a Vargan. Uh-oh, is knight h5 a trouble spot? I played a5 with Save a Dog. We're activating the rook. Activating our rook, bro. And g3. Nice and soft kingside. But not so easy. He has a good square here, here, here. a4, anyone? I can play b5 and a4, just kind of like grabbing space and driving him back, but I'm driving his knight to a good square. I'm not sure I want to do that, to be honest. What do I want to do? I don't know. Playing without a plan is a bad habit to get into. Kind of what we're doing here is playing without a plan. It seems like. Randomly playing without a plan. Bishop. I mean, how many knights can he put on e3, by the way? If I play bishop h3 and b5, he'll have one knight on g2, the other one on e3. He can only put one on f5. One at a time. Whatever. Madramis is back. But I've been burning too much time, too much talk. Too much talking. Not enough action. Check king d8. Ah. Blue blue. Is glub glub. Century Gaming. Gloob gloob. Oh. The gloob gloob. Gloob gloob club. Alright, tricks. Guess who's back again? Acer. Alright, let's just take our time, shall we? Why am I not just better here? Oh. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Man. All right. That is a strong white square bishop. Beautiful trick. What trick? Sorry, I don't know what game you're talking about, sir. Sire. Shh. Shh. What are we going to do? F6, knight d7? Knight d7? No? Of course. Right? Wrong. Should I play a6 first? Oh man, is this a good move? Please refer to him by his full name. Ars. That's sire to you, Ars. My legal name. Will Sire. It sounds weird. That sounds weird, man. Ah. So I'm up a rook temporarily. But white is threatening tricks. Permanent. I'm not up a rook, I'm up a bishop. Should at least get the pieces right. I'm only up a bishop, and white's threatening knight takes e5. Look at these tactical tricks. That's naughty. He coolly lost a piece. Blue, blue. Beryllium. Beryllium. Billiards. Coolly lost the piece. Knight c4. c3 is protected. He's threatening knight takes e5. My knight is marooned. I really, I don't know. This is kind of weird. What am I supposed to do? It's hard to attack him, strangely. I really don't know what to do. Castle queenside, anyone? Guess not. c5 has been played. Uh-oh. Now what do I do? The perfect Albin. What makes you play the perfect Albin? The greatest Albin of all time. G-A-A-T, the GAT. The GAT. Greatest Albin of all time. It's like the goat, but it's the GAT. Get out your GAT. Alright, man. Whatever. I'm not afraid of your F2 threats. I was thinking about A3. Just take random space. I'm just going to play random moves. Get my rook in the game. F4, A4, A4, F4, A4, F4, F4. There is A4 with the idea of F4. No. You can't play B4. Okay, so what's my plan? My knight is hanging. The other knight, he's threatening c4. Well, I can't lose a rook. Well, at least it's not recommended. Losing rooks, not recommended. Losing pieces, not recommended. Therefore, my rook must be defended. I could play bishop b7, which sort of sucks. I can play bishop d7. Nope. Bishop f5. Yep. We can play bishop f5. Bishop h4, the classic stonewall, undermining the e4 square. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, I was afraid of that move. Afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. There is knight f5 though. Knight f5, not really solving all my problems. Just I'm using too much time, kids. Less time, please. How do I get that queen off my face? Queen f6. Go back to the original shape. Oh, like a blob. The blob. The literal blob. The literal blob. Arsenal, Arsenal. Arsenal almost gave my trick away. King takes. Look at the real blob. I'm dropping a pawn against the real blob. I don't believe it. I have no fear, brah. Brah. The brob. Queen takes, bishop takes e4. The brob. I screwed up against brob. But he's low on time. Of course I have to do it. That wasn't the plan, you know. You guys know that wasn't the plan. Obviously. Because obviously, it was never the plan. Go brave or go home. Yeah, now... Now what? Yeah. 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 Of course. Okay. Yes. Because you can. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Speaking of exchange sacks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The perfect game. He made 0 inaccuracies the whole game. Again. I love you. You're my hero. Oh yes. Maybe we won't play on the king side. Whose bishop is a good bishop? I don't know, man. I'm kind of overextending with f4 here. Beginning to wonder about this. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered with that move. This is tough now. Maybe I made a mistake. Century Gaming. Did I make a mistake here? Should I have bothered with a4 in the first place? Right. Took the pawn. But I think he's out of luck. Houston has a problem. No, I don't know. What do I do? He has 98. He's gonna get viciously attacked. Some variations. I don't know what to do. Check. H6. Bishop e7, anyone? What's up with bishop e7? I think that's a sensible thing to do. Or is it? Maybe not. No, I'm castling here. Robix. I have 95. What? You can go there to c5? You have that? It's illegal. Boco do Inferno playing the time games. Now he's got 6 minutes, whereas he had 130 before. Serious, dude, I'm not going to play you anymore if you do this again. It's your last warning about letting all your time run down and then playing. I feel like it's like someone's trolling me. Goichu playing better and better. I feel like Goichu's improved a lot since watching my stream. But he probably improved on his own too. Not to take credit for his improvement. But I feel like he's gotten better lately. Maybe not. I haven't played him that much lately. Actually, I have a good score against him. Alright, I gotta play faster. Time is running out. Any chip? Yeah, don't do it. Chips. Chips for playing the London. Why is it so hot now? Humidity increase. And no thunderstorm. I can open the window again. Alright, that's it. That's why I'm playing like crap, because there's no oxygen anymore in the room. Why did I play Queen B8? What is this? Rook C1. Get out of here with your Rook C1. Your channel lied to me. Not again. Is Arsenal promising he can turn people into masters in 5 minutes or less again? He always does that. I have a bad feeling about this. This is just getting worse. Blobix, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, you don't want to trade queens. Imagine that. B4, no. Alright. And just sitting back there and doing nothing, but doing it well. Save-A-Dog, you couldn't do nothing any better. That's what the secret to the Joka piano is, like doing nothing. Learn it here first. Just doing nothing really well, man. What happened? Bishop c6. Well, that's subtle. Can't imagine what he's going to try next. But I should go for f5. I don't know, though. It's so sure, actually. Or you just traded. Well, that makes things simpler. Blub, blub, blub. 3 men in a tub. What am I doing here? Ah, the ambulance theme. Okay. Whoa, bro. Where did that come from? What the? Wow, Queen h5 followed by f4. Oh my god. This is certainly very interesting. Very interesting. Fearful play. So now what do I do? And he sacked a couple pawns to get that position. I don't know, man. Yeah, is this guy for real? They call him La Machina. White center is absurdly big. Bigly. I have a bigly center. It's a little too bigly. I mean, it's almost like suspicious how bigly it is. Why is my center so bigly? How can I even get away with that? Cooking Rooks is doing what? You're doing what? Gifting 20 subs? Happy Mother's Day, dude. Cooking Rooks gifting 20 gift subs. Wow, I can't even list the number of players. Running out of time here. Thank you, man. Massively generous gift subs from Cookie Rooks. From Cookie Rooks. 20 gift subs. Boom. Thank you, man. When did you start watching my stream, Cooking Rooks? Very generous. Soon play the New World Senior Champion. Haha. Gotta try for it. But FIDE needs to let us know what the details are on that. I gotta find out, when the World Senior Championship is taking place. I mean, I know when it's taking place, but the details are totally mysterious here. Wow. Blobix trying to kill me. Blobix, you're an old friend, but you're being very violent. Thank you, Cooking Rooks. Seriously, very generous. Good God, man. Now what am I gonna do? Bishop c4 looks hopeless. This is what I get, man. Cooking Rooks 14 months following. You found my stream a few months into playing chess. Dude, thank you. I thought I was going to get out of here, but Blobix is trying to blow me away with f5. This is a very strong move. Very, very, very strong move by my opponent here. So we're on the verge of total death. Death by f5. And now Cheesy Noob is sacking his queen. He was forced. And now what? Queen d7. We have 6 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses so far. So far. Bookadu Inferno has more time every move. It's what do I do with him? Queen d6. That's a blunder, of course. What isn't a blunder? It's weird. Next trick. 15-month subscriber. Rook g3, knight h5, queen f5, queen f5. Cooking Rooks is looking for something to do during the pandemic. Knight g4 check has been played. Blobix trying to kill me in the center. Mate. What happened, Sweet Esso? Don't play the Nut London next time. Did you lose? I feel like I missed something here. Boku do Inferno, like, you're playing Bullet again. I don't understand why he wants to play if he just wants to play Bullet. Why play in my Simul? Why not just play Bullet? If you want to play... I don't get it, man. Alright. Now the e4. So I'm going back again. Do I want to do that? Maybe not. Maybe not. Just take. But why release the tension? You might ask. Why ask why? Allow e4. That's what I love about engines. Like, they're so unbiased. They're not afraid of anything. They're not biased. They're not afraid of ghosts. I'm just getting low on time. Oh my god, man. The center. D5, E5. This is crazy. Options? Anyone? What happened? Knight F3? I mean, I don't know. Century Game kind of snuck up on me. Check. Is that a good move? Can he still castle? I'm gonna run out of time, so I'm just gonna start playing quickly. Where is my time going? I'm moving like instantly on all boards, yet I still don't have any time. Next to instantly. Wow, Globix is sacrificing his h7 pawn with check. Hello. He's low on time too. How's my bishop doing? What? The old rook h5, of course. Wait, what? The what? The what's a what? Wait, b5, take, bishop takes, bishop a6. Like winning a piece? Yeah, I'm not getting it. I guess he's playing queen a5. Hungry. Getting hungry. Are you hungry in Hungary? There's a number of games that are just drawn. It's getting this really weird ringing sound outside. I don't know what that is. It can't be at my apartment. Never heard it before. It's Arby's. The Arby's sound. So Save-A-Dog is just trying to like flag me to death. He's gonna just sit on the first two ranks. Oof, I dropped a piece. Man, I can't believe it. That was so obvious. Oh, I just hung my piece against Bobix. Good game. I just hung a piece. Well, I mean, it was complicated, but... It's a really weird tone. I think it's some kind of... Somebody's... There's a crazy tone. It's like messing with my mind. The Russians. It's like Havana syndrome. It made me hang a piece against Bobix. What is that tone? It was Havana syndrome. It just was coming out of nowhere. Wow, Queen D1. Okay. She's just trying to confuse me. Yeah, I missed Queen A5. Kind of a problem here. Jesus Christ, I mean, it's like a massive cheapo. Queen A4, inducing Queen A5. Wow. Can't believe I just allowed that. Maybe the worst move I ever played. It's really bizarre. Ginger is just really strong. I don't know what their deal is. They're not 1500. That's like the third game I played against him. He's extremely strong. Manage chess students. Say what? Oh, wait. Track them. We already have Anchor. Bobix, thanks for subscribing. We have ankle monitoring bracelets already for Arsenal fan. What else do I need to track people? Anchor. Unfortunately, oh, what happened? My knights can't move, they're stuck. You guys getting Havana syndrome too? Wait, what happened here? Okay, Boku no Inferno, I don't see the point of you playing in my simuls, dude. You're just trying to play bullet chess in standard time control. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Alright. Yeah, there's still this weird sound. It's very faint now. I think the Russians are after me. Screw the pawn. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened now? Rook b1. Alright. I just don't know what's going on in half these games. Looks like we have a good position against Century. Wanted to get that f5 in. Yeah, you have that. The Minister of Defense. Oh, you've got that too. Wow. You see this? I don't know where I am in that game. Does anybody know where I am? Oh, for a draw. Sorry for the boring game. The noise is not going away though. It's not my imagination. This is pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable game by White. My ears are killing me. What is that? Has to be something outside. bunch of players here are outrageously sort of strong. Difficult to put them in a category. Bloop bloop with the time management. We're just gonna lose a bunch of games on time. It looks like. I don't know. What do I do? Just not enough time. Blue Hoop's going for the all-time time record. I only lost a pawn against someone on sound. It's pretty amazing. What? Queen c7. Okay. I get that. I see that. Is my queen trapped yet? It will be soon. He's even pre-moving. Dirty pooled, man. Maybe like the worst game I ever played against Mr. Slowhand, where I just lost a piece for no compensation. Worst game of all time. It's a good thing he donated to the stream. I really gave him his money's worth today. My God, man. Save a Dog has literally like clustered all his pieces around the side of the board there. Can't believe I blundered that. That's insane. 13 minutes. I don't know what the deal is with this player. Wow. He's even like pre-moving. I give up, dude. I'm not here to play people who pre-move me with like 9 minutes. It's just totally unnecessary. This is like not really sportsmanlike. You have 9 minutes, you have no reason to do that in a simul. You know, I give up. I mean, it's like ridiculous. I'm playing 20 people at the same time. You have to do like pre-moves. Whatever, dude. If you have no time, it's okay, but otherwise it's just bad sportsmanship. I mean, there's no reason to do that. Alright, here we go. He's trying to mate me. It looks like Stavargan. Mate on the way. Wow, look at this. Look at that. Blunder against you. Damn, dude. Savadok's style is awful. I can't bear to play him. He's like just hovering around, shuffling his pieces on the first 2 ranks. That is painful. What did I do? What? What just happened here? You have everything? Can I have an everything burger? Man, CK Law, I don't know, dude. Very difficult player to get a finger on what their deal is. I don't know. How strong are they? It seems to vary wildly every game. What am I doing here? Check. Knight check. Queen takes. I don't know. I'm just really bored of the people playing for time. Seriously. You guys just don't get it. You know, it's like you completely don't get it. I understand some of the new people. Maybe they don't understand. But like, you know, there's a bunch of you who are playing who they know better, you know. This guy, for example, I mean, he should know now not to do this to me. He purposely let his clock run in the beginning. And then plays like the entire game like it's a bullet game. It's the last time I play you. Like, seriously, I'm not going to do that. Last week there was someone. Just not going to do it anymore. It's an utter waste of time. Damn, dude. How am I losing this position? This is unbelievable. This is like unbelievable. He has 14 minutes left. How am I a pawn down against this guy in an ending? Wow. Man of culture? What? You're not back. Did I lose yet? Didn't I lose yet? How can Blue have 20 minutes? I can't believe that I never have a way to check. Like, check the white king in this game. That's pretty unbelievable, if you think about it. How is that even possible? He has 14 minutes left. What's happening here? $17.71. Of course. Rook C2. Have a good look at that game. What is the deal? Cheesy noob. A totally new player. They're not banned on my stream. Who is that? I don't know what Boca de Inferno's deal is. They want to like humiliate me by like giving me time odds and then beating me, or what the point of it is exactly. His little game there, but I find it very insulting that you let your clock run down to 2 minutes and then build it back up. That's really kind of weird. I'm not gonna play you anymore, seriously. I have to try to get in, but my queen's attacked again. My rook's attacked as well. Great, great. Of course. It's unbelievable. For the people that do that, they like purposely let their clock go down and then try to show off. I'm not gonna play them anymore. You know, that's it. I don't know what their purpose is. But it's interesting. Alright. King in the Center by Save a Dog. He's actually used his time down to 42 seconds. Crazy. I'll finish the game, but I'm not happy about it. Yeah, it's an ego thing. It's like spotting me time odds, you know, and then beating me anyway. It's really kind of gross. Oh, he has that. Like, it's really rude to like give people time odds when they don't ask for it or want it, you know. Oh, I just blundered? Seriously? Wow, really? What was my last move? I did king e6. I had to. So he's conveniently winning there too. Yeah, I'm not going to play you anymore. That's really, really disgustingly unsportsmanlike. That entire performance is not going to happen again. They let their clock run down to 1 minute and then start playing, and next thing you know, they have 20. So he used negative time for the entire game. But anyway, we're not going to argue about it. I mean, it should be obvious. Cheesy Noob is unbelievable. Jesus Christ. Oh, you're not making progress. You're just playing for time. Someone else sound playing for time. Nice. There's another one. 23 minutes. There's no need to do that, you know, they could have just used their time normally. Instead, they troll me by not using all their time. By apparently looking like giving me more time to make it look even more devastating how bad they beat me. is going on here? I mean, this is ridiculous. Someone to have 24 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, he might be using engine too. I don't know. You know, it's too hard to say about that, honestly. Oh, you want a pawn? Probably they do. You know, certain people that do that kind of stuff. I wouldn't be surprised in the least. You know. But if they're smart, they don't play perfect moves or anything. It's just a matter of time till I blunder against Goju. He's playing much, much stronger these days. He's gotten much stronger. Does Cheesy Noob ever blunder? Yes, but not in my simuls. He blunders in Blitz. Win. I think he might hold a draw. What happened? I lost the pawn here. I had the immobilized knights from hell the entire game. This was so painful. There's a couple interesting games left. H6. He has a trick. Who knows? Yeah, they should ban people. Sure, they'll ban them if you report them, even in unrated games. Yeah. Not a question, but amazing game by Staptor again. Wow. He was clearly worse, and he just magically outplayed me from a worse position to like almost win or forced win. I don't know how, you know, and he used no time. It's unbelievable. I don't even understand how the hell he did this. He was like worse. It's incredible. He defended his king. He managed to avoid any kind of checks. Never had to use time. It's insane. Alright, what happened? Queen c2? What? I mean, I get it when people are like clearly better and they don't have to use time, but like he was like, I thought he was positionally worse. And he just still doesn't have to use time. Well, what happened? You hung your h4 pawn? I was dropping a piece there. Subjectively, I'm not really sure what's happening here. I lost 5 games. Kind of average at best. Oh, I almost hung my rook. I almost forgot it was under attack. So I'm still down a pawn. My knights never could do anything. This entire game, it's unbelievable. Really. I never had such stupid knights in my entire life. It's just insane. Any other tricks? Yes. They're coming. Tricks are on their way. Cheesy Noob is hardcore. He got better. Thanks, everybody. Particularly Cooking Rooks, Mr. Slow, and Asterbait. Cooking Rooks, huge last-minute donation of 20 gift subs. Mr. Slow, as always. Asterbait, Mr. Slow crushed me today. But it was my own fault for getting that line I don't know. I didn't mean to play the black side of the anti-martial. I have no clue what I'm doing. Can't believe how tough Blue Bloob is after like blundering a simple tactic in the beginning. Is it like Cheesy Noob's like blindfold account or something? Maybe he's playing 2 games at the same time and this is like a bonus. How do I win this position even? It takes incredible work. Draw. Someone sound, are you feeling okay? Someone sound offering me a draw a pawn down here. Sure you're feeling alright. He must be physically ill or something. Very uncharacteristic for him to offer me a draw like that. Okay, we're losing another pawn. May have to find something. Right. King h8. Check. King g8. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose on time now? Unbelievable. Maybe Cheesy Noob is like hyper competitive or something. We saw that. Another trick. Looks like Gucci's like trying to lose, maybe. I'd love to have more time on that game. Yeah, someone else knew it was a draw. All those pawns are on the wrong color. It was a perfect... the perfect Albin. Another perfect Albin. Realistically, I don't know if I can win this. What am I trying to do here? Let's see. Trying to win if I had some time. Now I gotta try to crawl in there and get the pawn. I have bishop g5 too. Relentless, like, one-move threats. What happened? Queen takes f5. Ah, yes. Wait a minute. Yes, of course. This is insane. Wow, c4? What? Wow. Good lord. What am I doing? Blundering. What happened? Yes, of course, king f3. Right. I know. Right, right. Used almost no time. Looks like this could be a little complicated. Save-A-Dog might have messed up. Seriously driving me crazy, whoever you are. What? I played knight e4. You went there? Wow. Yeah, I don't know, man. That was an incredible game by white. Look at this move, too. Rook a7. Player with no time. I have no time. How do I even win this position? Up a piece, I'm struggling to beat a 1500. That is so weird, dude. $15.83. Christ. Unbelievable. Wow. What? What just happened? He played h4? He just played h4. I don't understand. Okay. Blunders are appreciated. Once in a while. What? Guys are allowed to resign. I mean, it's very amazing. Cheesy Noob and his relative are still playing on. His cousin, Blind Noob. Strange coincidence, really. A lot of amazing games today. Some really interesting stuff. I lost 6 games. It's pretty rough. I think it's funny when you play a player who like loses a piece in the first 10 moves and then they defend the rest of the game like their life depended on it. Surprisingly inconsistent. Mate in 1. Save a Dog, we tired him out with Kamsky like endurance. You're threatening. You're threatening h6. Jeez. I feel like I'm down material, but I'm not. c2. Do I have anything here? Check. Oh my gosh, I win a knight. Oh my god. I win a knight. Thank you for the knight, man. Check. It's easier to pay attention when you have like just a couple of games left. I'm up to 10 wins though. Whew, this is brutal. Poor Goju. He'll never resign. What if I play Queen e4? That'd be mean. He'll stop my pawn though. Skewer my queens. I want to say fork 'em. Fork 'em, Dano. And now we just try to promote. How do I promote? b5? b5 is elegant, but it doesn't work, does it? It's elegant, but doesn't work. d4 wins. Yeah, rook d4. Takes, queen. Queen check. Yeah, I don't want to let him get in there. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, b5. Famous last words. Gimme. So, Blue resigned. Cheese Noob resigned. So, our last game is Derek Smalls. 12 wins, 6 draws, 6 losses. Last game. So, how do I get there, huh? I gotta go here first. And then we force our way in. Without having to sacrifice a rook. Phew, I was lucky in this one, too. I mean, I mean rook d4. The other rook e5. But I had to give up a rook to do that. You know. This way I don't have to sack anything. That was not funny. It's not funny. Phew. We get 13 wins, 6 draws, 6 losses. But most of all, thank you to Cooking Rooks, Mr. Sohand, and Asterbait, and all of you who donated to support the stream. Massive gift subs today. And bit donations from Asterbait, Cooking Rooks, and Goju. Thank you guys. Tough games today. Why not rook d4? Well, he takes it, you know, and then he has queen versus queen and bishop. I mean, it's not like, you know, that easy. This way, I get like a whole queen, you know, I sack his queen for the pawn on c2, so it's a lot faster. I don't want to give him the whole rook unless I have to. There he's only down a piece. Of course, it's probably winning for me, but I didn't want to have to worry about that. I mean, there were some bad results because of time. I mean, I won some games I shouldn't have won, and I lost some games I shouldn't have lost. The time's just never enough, unfortunately. But, you know, what's surprising is how few people really blunder. Very few blunders. The level of play is good. A bunch of kind of early draws. 6 draws isn't too bad. Usually I have even more. Well, Gucci, you didn't have to resign. I mean, you could have tried to play it out. There's not that many pawns left. I didn't expect you to resign right away. When there's not that many pawns up, I don't think you should resign. You know, I wouldn't at all be insulted if you played on. I mean, you have like 2 pawns against 4, and you're down a knight, but there's not that many pawns left. So I don't think you should resign. That's never necessary. Reserve a slot for Thursday. Okay, Arsenal, you be first on the list, man, for this week. It's already... Were these rated? No. You can't do rated simuls. Thankfully. I don't want to know what my rating would be if I had to do rated simuls. So... He doesn't have any checks. Ooh, that game against Staffvargan really pissed me off. His king is more open than mine. I have a better minor piece, and I with a minority attack, and I lost. That's insane. How did I lose that game? And he never had to use any time. That's incredible. You found a bug in lichess the other day? It doesn't detect 50 move rule? Or there's some flaw? My alt account. You got drawn when I got to move 300. Oh, nice. Wow, it's over. Finally. Okay, final result. We had 13 wins, 6 draws, 6 losses. A nice Blobix. Just got my king trapped in the center. I had that game against Staffvargan was brutal. I got crushed by Mr. Slowhand. What was up with that? Mr. Slowhand, what? Dude, he played 13 CPL with 1 inaccuracy. So he's like +1 in this rare variation. Weird. I just stumbled into some sort of line that's bad, and I didn't even know about it. I'm supposed to play d6 first. Major move order mistake. In the anti-martial, apparently. Little did I know. Yeah, he found rook a4, which is Plachetka's move from 1976. And Plachetka lost this with white. How did he lose this with white? Wow, knight g4. So I was greedy and took the pawn. But you can play knight g4 instead. Arsenal fan was talking about sacking a pawn with knight to d4. Man, white actually lost this game. But I guess Cheshkovsky was the stronger player. They're both GMs. But I have the feeling that Cheshkovsky was maybe slightly stronger. I don't know. That's tough, though. I didn't know what I was doing. This is just a bad move order. I didn't mean to castle. I meant to play d6 anyway. Alright, so that was an opening trap. Amazing how quickly black goes downhill there. Staffvargan, that game was awful. I was fine. He had 7 inaccuracies, 0 mistakes, 0 blunders. And watch this, so he equalizes. Look at this position. His king is on f2. How do I lose? How do I lose this position with black? It's unbelievable. I lose this position with black. His king is out in the middle. All of his pawns are moved up. I have a better minor piece. It's unbelievable. Queen e7. I even played the best move here, h5. It's incredible. h3. hg4. Oh, I should have sacked the bishop. I considered this. But I thought it was panicking and would be dangerous. So I have to like go for a draw by sacking a piece here. Man, that's how desperate I am. That's insane. That's just insane, dude. I can't believe it. I lost this game because of time pressure. I just like lose my d6 pawn and I'm just like lost. F5 he finds. That's... Damn, that's the computer's move. Apparently this is a draw. It's a draw, but I didn't have time to draw it. I mean, the guy plays like almost instantaneously. Now he took time on queen g5 check. That's actually a mistake, apparently. He should take the pawn. Queen g5 check, king f8, king h8, it's still a draw. It's still a draw. Now he figures it out, takes... It's funny, I blundered here. I should have played rook b6 first. I played it on the next move. So this is a draw. Wow. If I had just seen the idea one move earlier. I was scared of this, but I didn't, realize I have this. So I just blundered, threw it away in one move. Those were good games. Mr. Slow played perfectly. This game was like ridiculous, by the way. It was a horrible game too. I mean, he's just playing, like, watch this. In the opening, 16 minutes, and then look at this. So he just goes away from the game at, this is what I'm talking about. He goes away from the game here at move 6 and lets his clock run down to 1 minute 37. Like, dude, that's not normal, He lets his clock run down to 1:37 and then then it goes back to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I mean, dude, whatever. I'm not gonna play you anymore. It's just ridiculous. It's crazy. He like makes it into a bullet game. And it's like insulting. Like, I can spot you 15 minutes and still beat you. Alright. The other games that were interesting, bloop bloop, yeah. Naj Papa, I lost, got crushed here. This was an interesting position. Against Naj Papa, he played a really interesting thing. A3 in the Queen's Indian. What is that? What is that? I played the best move. It took me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. How long did I think on this move? I must have spent 3 or 4 minutes, right? Camel Culture was looking at this. I'm the only player who found rook e8. It's got to be black's best move. I thought about c5, d5, a5, knight a6, d6. This is the best move for black. It's like the only constructive move in the position. It's really weird, man. Because of d5, his pawn sack. The pawn sack. This is the point. E takes d5, knight h4. He's playing a form of this pawn sack. It's very dangerous. I can play it, but he gets the pawn back. So it's theoretical novelty. But where did he come up with this move a3? That's so random. How the heck did he come up with a3? I've never seen it all my life. This is really weird. There's a recent game, Ikonikov played it, 2020. Against Shank. That's really weird, man. But that was very interesting. So I was good out of the opening. I thought he's out of his mind here. This is crazy for white to do this. So I'm supposed to play bishop f6. Wow. That doesn't work. No. Wow. d4. totally missed it. I just completely missed it. Completely missed it. So d4. Weird. So now he has f3. I couldn't resist sacking the exchange here. The computer doesn't want to do it. I thought this was a cool idea. But the engine's like, no, this isn't so good. Shouldn't do this. It looks like I went to the wrong place with my queen. I wanted to have the diagonal, so I stayed on g6. This is a blunder. But I'm such an idiot, like, honestly. I mean, queen a4. That's the engine's #1 move. He gets credit for 36 EPL. Queen a4. Could have played knight d7 first. Yeah, it inhibits my development. And the main idea is a6, queen a5, or, you know, b5, queen a5, which I missed. I think I saw this. But my queen should have been like on e7 or e8, and then everything would have been okay. My queen ended up out of play. So now after a6, I'm like busted. Boom. And I'm just like lost. This is horrible. Maybe I'm not completely lost, but it's not good. He played a series of perfect moves. And now I have to find perfect moves too, but I couldn't. I couldn't find them. That was a weird game. Very weird. A3 was weird. And he played fantastically. And what else did I lose? I don't understand. What else did I lose? So Niles did that thing? I don't understand. I lost 6 games. I lost Blobix. I lost Stapvargan. I lost Mr. Slow. I lost Boca. Oh, I lost to Century Gaming. Oh. He was pre-moving, and it pissed me off. He had 9 minutes and pre-moved. I just resigned this one out of anger. I mean, it was just like, I have a minute left, and the guy's got 9 minutes, and he's pre-moving queen f7. It was pretty gross. I'm not lost, but I'm not doing too well. I mean, black has an outside pawn here. So I find this very irritating when people start doing pre-moves when they have tons of time. It's just not good etiquette, I think. In the simul, you know, this is not a one-on-one blitz game. I mean, I was pissed off that I ruined my position. But it looks like I could save it. But I had 1 minute left, and he's pre-moving, so I just resigned. Yeah, that was like a protest resignation. But to be honest, I'm a little bit worse. I'm down a pawn and I don't really have quite enough compensation. This is okay. I have knight coming here. I'm probably okay, but I was pissed. In time pressure, there's no need to do that, to pre-move me. The Albin was interesting, yeah, except for the fact that like we played that before. I gotta go, guys. Let me take a quick look for someone on sound. We're gonna go in a minute. Thanks for the raid from... We had a raid. Losing in my mind. From Ruchas. Where did it go? Someone on sound? Someone on sound. Sorry you couldn't play tonight, arse. It was nice to ban Bob again, though. Guys, that was Bob that I banned, right? It had to be. Right? Just assure me that I didn't just like ban some random stranger. The guy with the DeSantis comment. It had to be Bob, like, teasing me. Who else would, like, tease me about, like, Republican leaders or something? And he said it was good to be back or whatever. It has to be Bob. So, if he just keeps getting new accounts and getting gift subs, I can just keep banning him. Maybe I can make some profit out of it. The man of culture, 696969. It had to be Bob. Why would he tease me with jokes about Florida Republicans? I think while I'm in time pressure in the Simul, he knows that it makes me angry when he starts distracting me during Simul. God, this position is a joke, man. I can't believe that the Alba counter gambit is sound. It's just ridiculous. I played that pathetic B3 move before. Ugh. This is nothing, man. White has to find something better. It's just a dead end. So have I already had this position? Yes. So this is our third game from this pathetic position. Isn't that sad? I won the other two? How the heck did I do that? I can't believe I beat him in the other two games from this line. What? That must have been a really strange coincidence. Because I haven't had my unbanning stream yet. Just safer to keep Bob banned. Why not? I have a better question. Why not? Alright, knight takes f3 check. Bishop takes f3. Castles. So in the previous games I played b3. Now I tried to improve. The computer says the only move that improves is queen d3. Who's Bob? It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Queen c2. Man, Sonasan had 2 blunders, and I was winning and you were winning? That's terrible. That's terrible here. I can play e3, and I didn't do it? I did. Yeah. So it looks like I pulled the trigger on this exchange too quick. We exchanged too early. But this variation is hopeless for white. It's just hopeless. But I was winning. Oh my god, I had rook d6. How does this even work? And? Wow, I wouldn't find that in the Simul. I have a sophisticated trick with queen e2. And now his bishop's trapped. I might find it in a one-on-one game. Yeah, you just lose your bishop. Greedy. Greedy pawn grabber. You deserve it. Bishop takes b2 here. And then you got question mark. You got a double question mark for b6 too. Yeah, well that was the blunder. Okay. Well, they're both greedy moves. Now I blundered. My blunder is not seeing it. Interesting. But I blundered again later and you were winning. What? What? You were winning? How? Well, that's weird. So I have to take. This is pretty counterintuitive. I didn't love this. But I take here, you're cut off. So here. So you missed takes, and f5. Wow. And your king is just like charging in, and your g7 pawn is protected. Wow, that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. So I was actually better at some point. Wow. Man, maybe I could have... I wish I had more time. Someone has sound offered a pretty quick draw after my next blunder, but king f3. I gain a clear tempo. Dude, you're almost lost here. King g6, takes. I'm a full tempo up. Walking up. And then these pawns. Let's see. King g6, king d5. Oof. You may be lost. Unbelievable. He's up a pawn and he's lost here. Maybe not. Bishop c3 here. Trade off the pawns. Okay, g5. Don't let him. Bishop b4. So how do I win? It looks like it's not a win. I wasn't winning, but it was just, wow. You have to be very, very accurate. I wasn't actually winning. I'm just better. But you have to find this is only move, bishop c3. And it's a draw. Yeah, that was pretty poorly played, actually. For a normal game, we both made major blunders in a fairly simple position. But in the final position, I mean, yeah, it's a dead draw. You can't win with all your pawns on the wrong color. This is hopeless. You can't win if you can't play b5, obviously. No. Alright guys, we're going to be back tomorrow. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Again, thanks Root Chess for the raid. Monday, we'll play some Rapid Chess tomorrow morning. Hope to see everybody there. Thanks to all of you guys for tuning in. And special thanks to all those who supported the stream, the donations, and especially Mr. Coffee, are often... He doesn't get enough thanks, I want to say. You know, often overlooked. Moderator, Mr. Coffee, thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning at around 11 a.m. for Rapid Chess. Take care, everybody. Have a great night.